this works now. My mic stopped working and I wanted to start the stream. But I think it works now. Let's see, rook to e3. Oh, it's mate, is it? Okay, bishop f6. I take it, I lose it, but I can take the os first. Bishop e3. Let's see, I go... Yeah, I could check, if I check... Oh, I can pin the... I see. Pin and take. Rook to g1. And just check. Or I can also go e2 to take the rook. No, I would have to go... No, okay. No, h3. Oh, I can walk. Okay, I see it. Rook g4. Hey, Shui Boy. Thanks for coming in. Wie geht es dir? Gut. Und dir? Mir geht es gut auch. Great. Oh, I can check and he can't take it. But then he could just go to a1, a2. I couldn't check, I don't know. I can't check. Okay, if I just take first, and then... Oh, I I can fork the bishop and the pawn, and then I can take the pawn with my rook. No, wait, I just take. I just take, and then I guess I could check, but he just takes it. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Just twice it. Let's just see. Fine, check, obviously. By the way, Tom, how old are you? I'm 26. Okay, pawn to C, B3. I can check. If I check, he moves up. Oh, and I can take. No, wait. It's my own book. Yeah, he moves up, and then I can. Okay. Wait. Yeah. Then I can take, but then I lose my queen. And I could check. He takes. Or maybe I sacrifice my bishop. Yeah. I sacrifice the bishop. He takes with the rook. I take his rook. In the initial position, the e8 black rook is an overloaded piece, protecting the black knight against the attack of the white bishop, and also protecting the other black rook against the attack of the white queen. This tactical motive allows white to apply the tactical theme distraction. Bishop takes e7, winning the black knight, as the e8 black rook does not. Does not what? Oh, does not can take, okay. Does not can take the white bishop. Rook takes e7 because his protection of the other black rook will be distracted, allowing queen a8 check. White to win a rook instead of only a knight. Okay. Thanks for the explanation. Alvaro Frotta. Okay, if I take, he takes with his queen. Then he loses his queen. So probably not. Oh, he has a bishop too. I can take with my horse. He takes with the bishop, I take with the queen. He takes with the queen, I take with the rook. Yeah, it seems complicated, but that should do. Just trading everything. Queen takes e3. Oh, his king is. I can just take the bishop. Could also take the pawn. can take the bishop or I can take the rook. I guess it's better to take the rook. Or I could also take this, check. He has to go... Oh wait, it's mate. Yeah, it's mate. Arabian mate. Okay. Queen d6. If I check with my horse, he can take with his knight. I don't see it. G4. No, but then he takes. I take. Yeah, but then I lose the queen if I take. Or pawn G4. Pawn G4. He takes, and then I can check on F3. I can try it. No. I guess they want me to go knight F3. He takes. If I take it, I just lose my queen. Oh, I see it. I can take his queen, yeah. That's what they want me to do. Okay. That was interesting. I was too focused on the king. Rook takes e6. I could take with my bishop. Or if I take with my bishop, he can take my queen. I can take his queen. Seems good to me. Okay. Oh yeah, that was like a easy puzzle. Get back. Alright. Okay, if I move the rook, then he takes my pawn and I lose the pawn. I guess I sacrifice. Yeah. It's one of those, isn't it? Sacrifice the rook for a queen. Knight d4. Okay, my bishop is protecting the h6 square. move the bishop, he takes my knight. If I move the knight, he takes my bishop. If I move the other bishop, I can't really go any useful place. I guess I could attack with my king, but I can push some pawns. I don't see it. Bishop takes. Oh, and then I take the book. Makes sense. Still warming up, I guess. I can take with my pawn. He can take with his bishop. I would take the bishop with my queen. He could take it with his queen. Or I could go queen to f2. And I'm check, so I can't go anywhere. If I take it with my pawn, he takes with his bishop. I take the bishop, he takes with his queen. So he lost 6 and I lost 10. So I better move. Yeah, it was a stupid puzzle, to be honest. Hey Krish, thanks for coming in. Okay, knight to b5, attacking my pawn and my rook. I could just check. If I check, he can't take the pawn. Is that it? Or I can also just take it with my bishop. I guess I could do both. Check, then take. Yeah, I have to do that first, otherwise he takes my rook. Pawn takes on d4. Yeah. Could have lost my rook there. Okay, pawn on d4. Take with the pawn, he takes... Yeah, he can't really take. So maybe I better take with the bishop. Attacking his queen. I just ignore it and go like queen g6. No, I can't. I could move rook d1. If he takes my bishop, I take his. No, he can take it. I guess I just take it then. Okay. Alright. Rook to h7. Okay, I have a really strange lineup down there. Everything under a second rank. And everything kind of stuck. I guess my bishop could move. Bishop. Okay, I could also take his pawn. Or I could just walk up. Pawn e5. Yeah, he can't take, so he has to go away. And then okay, no more. Undefended pieces. Oh, I I didn't see that. Yeah. I didn't see the diagonal being completely free now. Tricky one was really torn over the pawn possibilities. Yeah. Diagonal blindness. Yeah, I think I also have diagonal blindness. Pawn on g5. I could take the e5 pawn with like anything. If I take it with the knight, I'm forking his rook and his queen. I take the rook, he takes my knight. I can take his bishop. Nice. Yeah, that was really nice. Getting the rook and the bishop. Okay, rook takes on b6. Check. Okay, I mean I can just take it. Oh, if I take it, he takes with his bishop. And then I take the bishop. So isn't that pretty good still? It's an even trade, and then I get the bishop, so it's +4. And then I can promote. Okay, he didn't even take the rook, he just goes up to protect. I mean, makes sense, but I can check. No. Oh, I guess I still go when he takes it and I take the bishop, okay. And let's check too. Yeah. I guess he wanted me to sacrifice my pawn. Okay, queen checks on c1. I can block it. I can just take the queen, but then he takes. Wait, if I take the queen, he takes with his knight. Let's check again. Then I block with my knight, he takes. Oh, but then my queen can take. So which way is faster? If I take with the bishop, he takes the bishop and I lose the bishop. Then I lose the rook. If I block with the rook first, he has to take with the queen. I take his queen. But then he still has his rook. So I guess I take with the bishop. He takes, I block, and yeah, okay. Unsound sacrifice. A sacrifice made by the opponent on the false assumption that they will later get the material back. Unsound sacrifice is often a reason for a hanging piece problem, and it is acceptable to use both tags in that situation. Okay. King to g8. I have my rooks. I don't have much else. If I check on g7, then we just move back and forth. Could also push my pawn. But he can just keep moving back and forth, no? I guess I could go f7, he takes, I go f7, then he can take with his king. I can also push my pawn, I can also just check. If I check, he moves back to h8. And then I guess I could take the pawn on the other side. No, return. No, I tried rook g7. Oh, the other rook? Oh, the other rook. Okay, yeah. Okay. Now that I realize it, now it seems really obvious. Okay. Not sure why that took me so long. Okay, queen to d3. If I take the queen, he takes my queen, which is okay. Then I could check. Oh wait, I can also just check first. He takes, I take, he takes, no. So, do I just take his queen, I guess? Oh no, I can't take it. Wait, I take the queen, he goes down. My brain needs to function a bit better today. I could also go to d1 with my other rook. He has to move his queen. If he moves his queen... Oh, I see, I can... If he moves his queen, I take his rook. You take the queen. I could go d1, and then he moves his queen. And then I take his rook, he takes my rook. Then I go rook e8, he takes, I go queen e8, and it's mate. No? Yeah, I can try it. No, it's not well, okay. So I take the queen. I take the... No? Okay, neither of it. Rook e8. Oh, and then I take... Oh, okay. One of those again. But I kinda liked my idea. Maybe I can check it on... I just... Oh wait, I have to go to the beginning first. I just analyze the spot, putting it in. Okay. Oh wait, I have to start Stockfish. Okay, it's by far the best thing to go just up. What happens if I go d1? It's very bad, okay. Oh, because you can just take it, I take... Okay, yeah, it's a really bad situation. I see it. Yeah. Okay, it was a very bad idea. Okay, this one, rook. No, what's the name? Knight to e1. Can take his queen again. He takes with his rook. I can take his bishop. I guess I just take his bishop for free. No. Do I take the queen first? Then take the bishop? No? Why does it not want me to take the bishop? Take queen first, yeah, but even now he doesn't want me to take the bishop. That was your pawn? Oh, did I try to move the pawn? Oh, okay. Okay, that explains a lot. Oh, because if I move the bishop first, he can take my queen with his knight. Okay. Okay. I could go, I could check, I could, oh, I can, oh, okay, no, wait. I can fork the queen and the king, but he can take with his pawn. No, he can't because it's pinned. Okay. Yeah. Knight b4 and takes the queen. Yeah. Okay, rook went to c4. Where's my up there? If I take, he takes. If I check, he takes with his king. Oh, I could check from the other side, of course. I could check on d6. And then he has to go to... Oh, he can't go anywhere. Just rook d6. Okay, he can only block it. I can take the boss. Okay. That's nice. Okay, rook to f7. Okay, I just take the upper, the dark squared rook first. Well, dark squared rook, like the rook on the dark square. Then he has to go up. Then I take it again, and then it's mate. X-way. Pawn takes on d5. I can check, but then he takes. I can check with the pawn. Oh yeah, I can just check with the pawn. If I check with the pawn, he can't take it. And then... Yeah, well, he can take it, but only with the king. And then I can take his bishop. Okay. Okay, rook went to e8. I can check. Yeah, I just check. He goes back up. I take it, and it's protected by the knight. Oh, he doesn't go back up. Okay. But now I can just go to e1. I suppose. Oh wait, he would take with his rook, and then I take with the knight. And then he takes the knight with his king. I could also check on d4. But then he can take the rook. I guess I'll just check on e1, see what happens. Okay. Hey, thanks for following. PNCI Pro. Or PNC Pro. Maybe I just sacrifice my other rook. Just go rook f2, he takes with the king. No, maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, if I check again, he just takes the... Okay, I really don't see this one. Maybe I just moved my king somewhere. Oh, what did he want me to do? Oh, to take his rook? Okay, yeah. Okay, I was really focused on finding a way to mate. Really blind today. Okay. Let's do better. Pawn e5. Pawn takes on e5. I could check on h3. I could check. I could take the pawn and check there. If I check there, he has to go. He could go to f6. I can also go. I could check on g6. And then he goes. Well, he can just go to f5. I don't know. I don't see these puzzles today. Maybe I should just play some games instead. I'm blind about the puzzles today. I guess I just take the 3 pawn. Or check here. What's the point? I can check with my pawn. Okay. Oh, and it's mate. Okay. I see. Kind of warm. One sec. Okay, I just play some chess. Stop losing in this tactics. (15-10). Back, okay. Chess Sim sub YouTube 5. Okay. Okay. Take it, he takes with the queen. If he takes, I take. He takes. Hey T-Clown, welcome back. Thanks for following. Oh, I could go d5 as well. If he takes, I take his bishop. Oh, it's kind of bad for my pawn structure. Maybe I do it. Or I could go pawn c6 or knight c6. Could also go knight. Oh, he takes it, okay. Okay, yeah, I see. Kinda not the best decision, maybe. But on the other hand, he's blocked now. I can just go e4. If he takes it, I take it back, and then I can reinforce with my book. Okay. I don't see how that matters to me. I don't see it, I just reinforce on e8. I could attack his queen. Maybe let's go e8 first. Protect the pawn. And then depending on what he does, I can attack his queen. Okay, he keeps moving that pawn. I can just take it now. Do I take it with the pawn or do I take it with the queen? I mean, I could also attack his queen first. And then take the pawn. But he could defend with this h pawn. So I guess I just take it for now. If I take with the queen, that's okay. Some development for the queen, and my pawn structure stays intact. Or could he fork something? I don't see how he could. Let's try it out. It's very quiet in Austria today. I don't hear any sirens yet. Yeah, you actually already missed some sirens. There were sirens before. Oh, okay, that's what he's doing. If I can't take it, so I have to just move. It's not a big issue, I guess. Just move to f8. He could check again, but then I could just... Oh, if I take, then I lose whatever piece I take with. I can't move back, but I could move up. Yeah, I could just move up. If I go to h8, he could not check again, I think. So I guess... Oh wait, but if I go f8, he might lose his bishop. Ah, he could... no. I mean, he could check on h7, but then I just take it. Oh, okay. Wait, I could take it with my... Oh, then he takes up there, okay. So I take with the king. Now he's up at +3. It's not going well today. Okay, now he takes the pawn. If I take it, he takes, and then I mean, I could still attack his queen instead of trading. Then he moves his queen. Or he could just move his pawn, I guess. I don't know, I just take, I guess. Takes. Okay, I could take this pawn now. Yeah, I can take the pawn. Unless he wants to lose his queen. Oh, this maybe this can be good. Oh wait, but he can take my queen. I have to move my queen first. If I take with the queen, we trade queens. It's probably not the best thing to do right now. But I don't know where to go with the queen in this case. I guess I need to stay on this line, so I just go back to d7 or something. Oh no, then maybe go back to d8 actually. If he doesn't make a mistake, I don't think I can turn this around. You did not develop your minor piece early. Yeah. Well, I kinda got stuck doing other things. Okay. moves his pawn, as he probably should. No, okay. Now I can't really move the bishop. Okay, that's a pretty bad situation. I mean, I could sacrifice my bishop to the other bishop to distract his queen. And then I can, yeah, doesn't really help me. Okay, I guess I have to go somewhere where I can keep protecting the bishop. No. Okay, I have no idea, to be honest. I guess I at least reinforce. Or I can also do it with the knight. At least go knight c6, so if he takes, I can take. And he can't take back without losing the queen. Okay, now I lose the queen. Ah. Hmm. Strange. Yeah, anyway, I just resign, I guess. Alright. I want to see his. Come on. Okay, that was a mistake. What should I have done? Taken. Okay, he made a mistake and I should have just taken it. Just overthinking it. Then that was even worse. Yeah, I don't know. I think I made like one mistake and then I just got into a situation that I never played. I didn't really know how to react to it. But it's kind of weird, like I looked at his account and like he was at 911 a couple of days ago and then he just lost every match and that's why he's at 450 now. So I don't know. I'm a bit suspicious of his account. Maybe you can consider what moves your opponent is making before you decide your next move. Yeah. Yeah, in this situation, I just really didn't know what's best to do. I'm not really comfortable playing with black yet, I guess. But this is kind of strange, right? He was at 911 just 3 days ago, and now he's at 450. Or maybe it was just like an estimate by chess.com based on his first game, that he won in 4 moves for some reason. But anyway. Back again. Alright. Okay, he played G3, second move. Okay, he's playing some really strange opening. Not sure what he's going for. Okay. I mean, that's not really an issue. Yeah, he just keeps reinforcing that one pawn. Guess I could, if I went c5, he takes with his pawn. I could take with my pawn. Then he can move down, but I can take again. Maybe not. Maybe it's too much chaos. Guess I just go, well, I can castle first. Then I can go b6 or something. But he really opened up there. I could also go bishop f5. Maybe I go bishop f5, develop that way. Though I guess his pawn is hanging on c4, so if I go b6, bishop a6, I can take it, unless he does something. Well, I can just go b6 and see what he does. just have to be careful that if I took this pawn, he could get my rook right now. No, oh, Darwan, you need help. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, yesterday I did pretty well, but I don't know. I also keep having to play black today for some reason. C6. Yeah, I don't want to, like, because I'm playing a real person. I can't listen to chat. Yeah. I mean, I can listen to general advice, but not like to specific moves. Okay, I could still go there. Let's attack his pawn. Oh, yeah, both pawns are hanging. I could also go knight a6. I think. How could he protect it? If he goes back with the bishop, he can protect it. Knight can be attacked, yeah. If he attacks with the pawn, but then I can just go b4. Not sure if it's helpful, but I can also go bishop. Maybe I develop that bishop in the other way. Bishop f5. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to go bishop a6, but if I do that, he can also do the same. If I go b7, I guess it's one more attacker here. But he has so many attackers there already. If I go f5, I can attack his knight, but I mean it's not that useful. Yeah, I guess maybe I go b7. Yeah, I guess I go b7 then. At least I have like my two bishops crossing two diagonals. Okay. Now, how many attackers does he have on d5? He has his bishop, his queen. That's it. So if I have the bishop and the knight. So if I take first, in the end he can take with the queen, and the queen is safe. But if I add one more attacker, it changes. So I guess I could go c6. If he takes my pawn on b6, it doesn't matter that much. I could also split his pawns now. Or I could split his pawns with my... So if he takes, I take the other pawn, and then I'm still attacking the d-pawn. Yeah, that looks good. So either way, I should get one more pawn at least than he does. Let's see if that works out. Kind of forking the pawns. Okay, and then I can take that one. Or he could take it with his bishop. But it's an even trade, and no, it's like I'm +1 because I got Or I could just go b4 now and attack the other pawn. And have one more attacker on that square. Then I can get that pawn. He takes with the bishop, I take with my other knight, and he would have to take with the queen and lose the queen. Or do I just take the free pawn? No, but it's not free. I guess I take the pawn. He takes with the bishop, I take the bishop. Hey, Misato. Thanks for coming in again. And hello, Sparrow. Good to see you again. Or read you again, I guess. I guess I just take it. Otherwise he takes my pawn. I don't know. Just finished my RPG and wanted to stop by. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. How was it? How did it go? Okay, he takes. Guess I take with this one. Almost died, but nice. Okay. What was it about? Okay, he attacks there. I can free my horse. I could also take that pawn. Maybe I let him take this pawn, I take the other pawn. Why am I still down at attacker? 1-2, 1-2. Yeah, it's still not bad, not great. What? So I take and then I go c3. I'm gonna create an army of flesh golem. Okay, I feel like I'm not playing well, but he's like not developing anything. He's just pushing pawns the entire time. And he really likes to just defend this one square. So he added an attacker again. I guess we can just keep adding attackers if you want to. I could also... Or I could go... Yeah, I can force him to move because he's not defending. I can go a3. Maybe you walk later. Walk golem. Okay, where is he gonna move? He can't move there because of the queen. Okay. But now he lost one more attacker there. And he's not really doing anything with his queen there. So now he has only the knight and I take, he takes, I take, he takes. So I just need one more. So I just go see. Oh no, then I'm blocking my other attacker. queen is kinda useless so far. Or I can go queen a. Yeah, it's kind of strange, but I can go queen a8 to add the attacker. I'm also protecting my rook. Okay, so now if I take, he takes my rook. I mean, okay, if I go down, he can just move back. I could also just go, oh no, this is queen can, well, if his queen takes and I take the queen, no, it's not useful. Yesterday you develop your minor pieces, castle, then align your rooks. Then you look for undefended pieces. Oh, now he split it. Today you forgot some key points. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'm not fully awake today, maybe. Okay, now he can take my queen. Okay, take it. Okay. strange. Oh, no, I don't want him to go. Okay, which rook should I take? If I go with this one, he can go down here, but he's not protected in any way. But I could also just use the other one. Oh, but if I use this one, he could go... No, he can't really go anywhere. I mean, it doesn't really change the situation. Should I move up already? Hi, Tusif PK. If I go down, he checks again. If I go up, and he checks again. He can't take the pawn. I guess it's better to stay on here somewhere. Or I can't. If I go to E8, he can checkmate. I don't know. Let's just go. I don't have time anymore, so I just go into attack mode. Just start pushing anything. Yeah, okay, he was there. Then I can just go up. Okay. I can push this pawn. Are you doing 1v1? Yeah. I play viewers as well and stuff. I could take the pawn. If he takes with the rook, I can take his rook back. So I won the pawn. Oh, he disconnected. Okay, he's back, I think. Lukaku 2D from France. Maybe it's too. Oh no, he's Belgian, right? Lukaku. Oh, I just realized something. I'm not sure if he realized it. Maybe it's too late to do that though. He will give you check. I mean, he's thinking about it for a long time. Yeah, he could check. But I can just move. Okay. He could have. Yeah, he missed it. Ah, it's checked there. Okay. Okay, that was stupid. Guess I just keep moving up there. Take it. Yeah, if I had more time to think, I think I could have found a couple better moves. Now he just needs to finish. Well, let's see, maybe he blunders. He doesn't really seem to know. Okay, I take it. I think that was a terrible match by both of us. Yeah, he could have just, I don't know why he didn't. Oh, okay. Could have checked there. Yeah. I take the draw happily. How's e5? Take. He takes. Why would he? Okay, that makes no sense. Why would he take with his queen? If I take, he just takes with the bishop. Oh, and then I can take his rook, I see. Okay, that's interesting. Are you from USA? No, I'm from Germany. Yeah, okay, I didn't realize that I could have definitely gotten his rook here no matter what he did. Even though the game wants me to go here first. So he has to move back and then I take. Okay, I think I should remember this. Looks like something that could come up again. And why does it keep... Germany, cool. Yeah, I don't know how cool it is, but yeah. But I live in Austria right now for university. Blunders will improve your chess. In that case, I will be really good soon with all the blunders I have. Okay, I have 39 wins, 38 losses, 38 losses. So I guess I'm still in the winning percentage. I'm willing to go PhD and Sorbonne. Sorbonne. Oh, and Hungary. Oh yeah, it's the yeah. I only know the German name of the city. It's very different. Nice. Yeah, it's close to Vienna. Yeah. In German we call it Ödenburg. So it's like completely different name. Are you from Hungary? Here. Okay, I pray that I finally get to play white. Okay, thank you. India. Oh, okay. Oh, that's a pretty big change then, going from India to Sorbonne. I hear about it. When I finally had a white game and he aborted. Maybe I should also just keep aborting until I get a white. That's kind of annoying. Okay, it's white again. Masters in Forestry. Okay, it's interesting. There's a lot of forest here. Okay, I can just take his pawn. I guess he's doing the Sicilian. Oh, the other way around. He's doing England Gambit. I can just protect my pawn. England Gambit declined. Reversed. Alekhine abbreviation. Okay. But the annoying part is that I can't bring out my bishop. Like the other bishop. So I guess I should I go e4 then instead of e? No, I guess I stick to e. Or do I take the center? I'm blocking myself if I go there. But if I go out first, he takes it. So I guess I have to go e4. Scotch game. Takes, I take. He takes, I take. Okay, I was happy to play white, but now it's completely different again. Do I bring back the queen? I guess I develop. Oh, I could check. If I check, he goes. He can block with his pawn there. Which isn't too bad for me. Then I just go back. I can try it. I apologize for the church bells, they're really loud. Oh, he protected with the bishop. Do I just take it? Or do I reinforce my bishop? I guess I can go c4, knight d. Is there something better? If we trade, his king goes to... No, he could trade with the queen as well. Wait, I could check with the king. Queen. No, I couldn't. Okay. Oh wait, but I want to bring this one out first. So I guess I add it to the attacker list. Okay, this could be a disaster depending on what he does. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, I want to castle. But I need to like unhang, protect my pawns first, and then I castle. Yeah, if he takes now, I can take it. It's only dangerous after he gets his rook to the same file, I think. But yeah, maybe I just castle first, play it safe. He's not immediately attacking any of my pawns. At least not without losing his queen. Yeah, safe is better, I guess so. Then I can develop my knight. So I can go knight d2, rook e1, and then h3 maybe. Okay, he attacks. He puts another attack on that one. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing the same anyway. Rook to e. I'm gonna play rook to e. But like, I don't want the queen to be protecting both sides at the same time. So I add one more protector for both pawns. And then I go rook e1. Oh, I guess I could also have gone c3 to protect the bishop more. Probably the bishop is not gonna be that dangerous here anyway for now. Okay. Okay, if he goes further, I have to move my bishop. Doesn't matter. a4. Yeah, I'm gonna protect with a4 as well. So I go e1 now. Then I want to go h3 and a4. Not sure. Maybe I have to move my bishop, but it's okay. I'm kind of surprised he didn't go a6 at some point. Okay. Wait, what? Okay, I can just take it. Okay, maybe I'm missing something big here, but I guess I can just take it. I don't see any fork or anything. At least nothing dangerous. So I take. Just a weird spot for my bishop to be. Not sure what I could do with it now that... Oh, I could split. I could sacrifice that bishop. If I now go g7, he can take my bishop, but I can take his rook. I could also do that later, I guess. But it seems kind of worth it. I go there, he takes, I take, oh, but then he can take my pawn as well. But then I can take the pawn with my horse. Will activate his knight. I think I sacrificed that bishop. To a7. I mean, I could also take the rook first, then go queen a7. And he could... I mean, queen a7 is pretty bad for him. But I don't think I would have found it on my own. So in order to keep fair, I'm gonna go for my gambit. So he's gonna move his... But if he moves anything, let's see what happens. Kinda interested to see what happens. He can take my bishop, or he can move his rook away. You're very honest. Honest. Yeah, I try to, like, if chat suggests a move and it's a move that I would have seen myself, then maybe I do it sometimes, like if I reasonably would have gotten to that point as well in my thinking. But if it's a move that I know I wouldn't have seen, then I don't play it. No, I wasn't, like, considering that. 100 rating? The other player? Yeah. I don't know how that works. Okay. Oh, okay, but if I take the book, I see. If I take the book, he takes the bishop. Wait, but if I take the... Actually, I might be better off taking his knight. It's still an even trade, I guess. I take the knight, and he can't take it back. Oh yeah, and I'm forking the queen and the rook. I think what I'm playing is so confusing that it might be confusing to him as well. He can only take with the queen. If he does, I take the queen for free. And if he doesn't, worst case, I can still get one of his rooks. Best case, I can do even more than that. Okay. Okay, unless that is some kind of master move of chess, I think he lost his queen for nothing. And he lost one of his rooks as well after. And he can't even do anything with his bishop, like 100 weighted move. Maybe, yeah. Maybe that's why he's 100. Like, even if he wants to do something, okay. Let's see. Yeah, but now I can take his rook and check. Isn't it mate? I think it's mate, right? He can only defend with the rook, and then I take the rook, and my rook is defended. He has to go rook d8, attack the rook. And that should do it. Oh, he saw it, okay. And I even go up +2 despite that here was level 100. Rank 100. Those puzzles do work. Yeah. I did see the checkmate pretty soon here, I guess. Though I probably could have had a faster one if I went queen a7, but I didn't see that. I'm kinda curious why. Okay, I think he's level 100 because he only plays bullet chess, and there he is like 899. I don't think queen s7 was best. Okay. Why is he 9? Okay, strange. He's 100 in rapid and literally losing every single match. But he's rated 900 in bullet. maybe he is on cocaine or something. And everything that takes more than 2 minutes, he's gonna stress out. Okay, 80.8%. One missed win. Oh, there was a mistake here. And I could have gone... I mean, I could have gone c3 after. Like, I realized I could also protect my bishop and it might be better. But, okay, it wanted me to go a7 already at that point. And then here probably same, yeah. But he also liked my move. Well, I mean, he lost his he lost his bishop. It wasn't a genius move, he just wasted his bishop for no reason. Queen s7, he takes your bishop with his bishop, which also creates an escape square for his king, I think. Yeah, but I think if I went queen a7 earlier, it would have been better. Would have been a good idea. Like before he moved his bishop. Yeah, I could have already gone like a7 here. But I guess then he would have two attackers on my e pawn and I only have my one attacker. So that would be pretty bad as well. But not great at least. So yeah, I mean I got very lucky that he just blundered his bishop. But I'm still happy with not playing queen a7, I guess. And then I don't know why he didn't move his queen. I'm really not sure what he was trying to do at that point. Maybe he misclicked. Okay, but losing the queen is the best move. should have just gone c5. Oh yeah, makes sense. He attacks my queen. So even if I take his queen, it's just a trade. The thing with queen a7 is you are threatening queen a8 mate. Yeah, I I saw it after it was mentioned. Yeah, and then he just, I don't know. Like his two moves here didn't make any sense. Bishop e6 and rook d7. It's like he handed me the mate. Maybe that's the issue if with playing bullet chess all the time. Maybe he just should take more time to think. He used to be 1086 in bullet chess, but he hasn't played in a long time. By the way, is the speed chess, chess.com speed chess thing, is it already over? Or probably not, right? I only saw Hikaru against Fiedler. Then I kinda forgot about it. They don't have any information about it. I guess because the World Championship is close. Is Fiorushia reincarnated Capablanca? Interesting headlines. Oh, Speed Chess Championship. Okay, it's still going on. Okay, Wesley So and Jeffrey Chong playing, I guess. Okay, Nakamura beats Whitler, and they... Who won? I guess So won. Do I have to count it myself? Okay, he won like almost all of these ones. Here it's draw, draw, draw. Yeah, it looks like So won. Oh, there's the standings. Okay, so Hikaru is first right now, Wesley is second. Interesting. Besides, sketch your... Oh yeah, this is a lot easier to see. Sketch your... Today we have November 21st. Naka vs Anish is next round. Oh, okay. Oh, they take like a long break or something. November 15 and then November 29. 9th. So it seems like there's one round of 16 missing, but it can't be played until in 8 days between Caruana and Washir Lacroix. Maxime Washir Lacroix. Maybe because of... No, I don't know why. They play from home anyway. Then the finals is before Christmas, okay. They're really they're really stretching this out as much as they can. Okay, 491 now. If I get a strong opponent and win, I can maybe get 500. And I'm white. Okay, he's 440. Not sure if it's enough. Bishop. Oh, okay. Just starts with his queen. Why not? I mean, he could check if he wants to. Guess not. Okay. If I take with the pawn, he takes with his what's the knight? What's it? The knight. I can take with my knight or my bishop, and if he takes with his queen, he loses the queen. Or if I should take with the bishop, because if he... No, I should... No. Depends what he does. If I go with the knight, he takes the knight, I take with the bishop, I can take his rook as well. If he doesn't take with the queen, it's better if I go with the bishop first. Because then I attack the queen, and if he moves it, I get... Yeah, that's better, I guess. So I go pawn. I guess I could have also just ignored it and continued developing. But I feel like it helps me to just play through these situations, so I get to know them. Okay. So he just gave me the pawn. I guess now if he takes in the next move, I can take with the bishop, he takes with the queen, but the spot is still defended. It didn't change anything really. So I guess I just continue developing. I mean, usually I would go c3 now, but it's kind of pointless now. At least I could prevent check by going c3, so I guess I do it. I go c... yeah. Just keep the London developing going, no matter what. See where it gets me. So if he doesn't want to engage up there, I go, okay. That is not really an issue in any way. If he takes my pawn, he loses it, so yeah. I go e2. He keeps developing, I castle. castles. Okay, I can go e1. I could attack his queen. But it's not much of a threat, I guess. I kinda want him to take my pawn. I guess it's fine if he doesn't. Okay, now let's see. Well, I could go h3 first. Or I can go kinda Evans Gambit style b4. That's kinda... I only have one attacker, he has two. No, he has more, yes. Yeah, all three of them. What piece is he threatening to take? I mean, he's threatening a lot of pawns. A whole bunch of pawns. But they're all protected. His last move? Well, oh, the bishop. But then it's just an even trade. Do I mind? I could just go back to g3 with the bishop. I could also attack his rook. But then it's kind of a strange position. If I attack his rook, I mean, he just goes over. Yeah, maybe I just go back to g3. If you lose bishop, you lose pawn. Okay, yeah, because I have one less. Okay, then I just go back to g3. Doesn't really change what the bishop is doing. And he's safe for now. Yeah, I would have too few defenders. I could go knight c4. Be careful at your opponent's moves, yeah. I could go knight d4. I could go h3, though I guess he's not really attacking right now. Threatening there. I could use my queen. I could go queen b3, or even a4. But a4 I can't really take anything, so if I went b, okay. He also adds one more attacker. So I guess I should do the same and go knight to c4. But then I can't go queen. I would just be blocking the queen. But the queen can't defend that position. Okay, wait, how many? Okay, he has 1, 2, 3 attackers. I have 1, 2. Yeah, just 2. So I guess I go c4 and then I push my e-pawn. If I exchange pawns, you take, I'm, yeah, I mean, it's not really a big issue. I kind of want to go knight c4 and then push my e-pawn. I just have to be careful because I'm kind of overloading my... Oh no, I'm not overloading. The pawn is also protected by the rook. So now if he took with his pawn, I take with my knight. He takes with his knight, I take with my other knight. He takes with his queen, I take with my bishop. And he adds another attacker. How long are we gonna keep going with this? I can add the queen to attack. Oh no, the queen isn't gonna... Okay, I don't think I can add another attacker. So maybe I should exchange pawns instead. The only thing I could do is still push the pawn. Because then if he takes my pawn, I just take the horse, the knight. And then I'm forking his two attackers. I'm gonna try it. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm gonna try it. Also, if I move this pawn, I'm also automatically adding another attacker. If he lets me go e5. Which he probably won't, but yeah. But his knight is kinda caught. I guess he has to retreat. Yeah, I don't see any safe positions for his knight except for going back. Okay, if he goes there, I could take it. I guess that wouldn't be the best idea. So now he still has one attacker more. But now... Yeah, now I guess I just take one of his pawns. I mean, I could even take the other pawn, I guess. I would have to think about which pawn I want to take. If I take the right side pawn, he can just take it with his rook. If I take the left side pawn, he takes it with his pawn. But I could take the pawn with my knight, but he could take the knight with his queen. The weird position. Really strange. I could also use my... No, he can take it. Some creative sacrifice of some sort. I mean, if I went knight to... If I sacrificed my knight by going d4, he takes it with the bishop. And then my... Yeah, no, maybe not. Not sure where that helps me. Okay, it's getting too complicated. Maybe I just take the pawn now. Exchange some pawns. Simplify. I guess if I take the f pawn instead, then his king is like completely unprotected. Or even less than before. And his rook is kinda strange. And then I can push the other pawn up and attack his rook. He has to go back, I think. Yeah, he has to go back. No, he could go to... No, he can't. He has to go back. And then I could... On the other hand, if I go here, he takes with the pawn. I could take the pawn, he could take, and then doesn't really help me much. I don't know. On the other hand, this is the center pawn. Maybe better. I can have my queen completely free to go up. Yeah, maybe that's better. No, but then I can't establish a pawn here. But I can't anyway. Okay, I'm just going with my feeling and take the one on D, the D pawn. I think that's better, but I don't know why. Maybe I waited so long that he forgot what he was doing. Oh, I guess the benefit of going this way is that my pawn is still protected by the bishop. Okay, he takes here. If I take, he can take with his queen. Which wouldn't be the end of the world, but yeah. I can also keep taking pawns. I can push my pawn. Yeah, okay, maybe now if I push my pawn, if he takes it with the pawn, I take it with the knight. If he wants to take with the knight, I take with the bishop. If he wants to take with the queen. So I have more attackers now. And I have like two pretty not badly protected pawns up the square. I guess his... Oh, and if I go there and then attack his bishop, I can take his bishop maybe. At least he can't escape this way. But his last move does. He could take a pawn and attack my queen. He could fork my queen and some pawns. He could take this pawn. I don't know, it doesn't seem that threatening. Okay, he takes that pawn now. Maybe I can go b3 or b4. If I go b3, he has to move it. Or I take it and attack the queen. Oh, my queen is there as well. Yeah, okay, I go b3. Okay, now he takes the queen and oh, and the bishop. But that's not too bad, because I can move the queen in a way that I can take if he takes it. Just not sure where I should go with the queen. Maybe c2. But she's kind of blocked there, I guess. Oh, but she won't be blocked after he takes it. On the other hand, it might be better to have her on the dark squares. Then I can attack up there. I don't want to run into anything. He still can take it there. I don't know. I think t2 is better. d2 is better. So I guess if I went, yeah, maybe I should have gone c2, so I force him to move. But as long as he is stuck down there, I mean, he's still forced to move, I guess. I can just take it with the queen anyway. Okay, he takes it. I guess I just take it back. And then okay. I think I just take his pawn now. If he takes with the bishop, I take with the bishop, and he can't take. And I'm attacking his rook. I don't have much time left, so I just need to be quick. Okay, he moves the bishop. I'm gonna go h3. I could split his knight and bishop on c with my queen. just take his queen. Before you play next move, can you check and take an defended piece? Yeah, but he offered me his queen, so I just took it. I never know if people blunder or have some kind of master plan. Okay. I can do the same. I could have... No, I couldn't have. Now if I go queen b5, I'm splitting the two. Then I can take the bishop. If he moves the knight, I take... Well, no, well, actually I could sacrifice the queen in that case. What else does he have hanging? I guess this pawn on the 7 pawn. A7 pawn. The bishop, okay, he moved here. Wait, but that was a mistake, right? Because now I can fork even better. I could also have just gone for the rook. He takes, I take, check. But I guess now my queen is in a better position for it. Okay. Now I sacrifice my queen. I might regret it at some point. But I think this should work out. No. Yeah, but I think... No, wait. I mean, if he takes it, I take with the rook, check, and I can push my pawn up. He's a genius. Because I have this pawn, and if he were to take it, he loses bishop. Okay, he doesn't take it even. Now I can... Wait, if I check now, he can escape. I guess I just push my pawn. Rook e7. Should I push the pawn or check? If I check, he has to go down. I guess I check first. Yeah, I kind of want to check first. Oh yeah, because he could take the pawn with his bishop. So now he can... Oh wait, now if he goes to h6, he has to go to h6, I think. And even then... Is it mate? If he goes up, I take... No, I think he needs to go to g8 if he wants to survive. This one. Then I still have to... But if he doesn't go to g8, I think it's mate. King g8, queen f8, king takes, and king rook. Yeah. I mean, it's mate either way, but if he doesn't go g8, I think it's rook mate immediately. Yeah, he didn't do it. Or he could go down to... Okay, I take anyway. He can... It's not mate, he can go to h5. Okay, now I just need to not waste my time. I guess I can block him at first, or no? Okay. Now I check. Oh shit, he can take with the bishop. But then I can check again. I guess I can just make a queen too, if he takes with the bishop. I make another queen. So maybe it's not the worst thing. He didn't do it. Okay, I need to find the mate. I guess I take some pawns, make some space here. Now I could go g5, depending where he goes, or what he does. He probably needs to move his king right. Yeah, okay. Now I can go g5. Now he has to go up there, then I go check with the rook. Then he has to go even further up. But I still can't mate. If I check again, he can't take it. He has to go down again. Oh no, okay, I see. He has to go down again and I can bring the other rook and that should do it. Okay. Yeah, I could have also gone queen. Do you know the numeric value? Yeah. Pawn 1, knight and bishop 3, rook 5, queen 9. Can I challenge you? How strong are you? 750? Yeah, we can play if you want to. Okay. Kinda not great match, but I won. But anyway, I go to the bathroom and get some water, and then we can play if you want to. Then don't leave your rook in exchange for a bishop. Yeah. I mean, I thought it makes sense because it's so far in the end, and if I just get the bishop, I can make a new queen with the 3 pawn, because only the bishop was stopping me from doing so. Be right back. Okay. Dude, in the game there were 2 great find. What? I challenged you? Okay. Oh, here. I see it. Okay. Okay. Um, do you like to get drunk and play chess and yell at people? I don't know. I don't think I've ever played chess drunk so far. But I guess I could try. Not drunk, but enjoying beer. Welcome back, James. And thanks for chatting Africa sport drink. Shouldn't you be drinking sport drink instead of getting drunk? I kick the cat when I lose at chess. Poor cat. I can trade this. I can also trade bishops up there. Can also go up here. What could he do here? What is he threatening? I guess if I trade this, I'd like to check for him. Chess is hard, yeah. If I take it, he takes back. I kind of have the center for me. So I guess it's fine to sacrifice. To trade, I mean. Do you have an overly inflated ego and excuse all your losses? And exaggerate all your wins, especially when drunk? I'm looking for someone who does. No, maybe not. I don't think I I'm a very confident drunk. I usually just get tired when I get drunk. You could trade bishops now, but I don't know why you would do that. I think I want to use my queen, but I don't know how. I guess I could go here and take the pawn. Oh, no, I definitely don't do that. Not sure what I was thinking there for a second. I don't really have a good place to go with the queen. I could go b4 or go a3 b4. Or I could even go c. I don't know. Do you wear racial slurs at your opponent when they beat you? Oh, shit. I should have just taken up there. Usually when grandmasters don't know, they push the A or H button. Yeah, I guess that's why I'm doing it. Okay, now I'm down the bishop. Thanks for following, Africa. Spot drink. Okay. Oh, wait, I have to. This pawn is kinda. Thanks for following, Peter. Takes. I mean, you can keep doing that. Oh, okay. But for now, it's okay. Two rooks. Yeah. I mean, I also have two rooks, but you have a good tactic here. Yeah. Pawns. I could keep taking pawns, I could check. If I check, he has to defend with his rook. If I take the rook, he takes mine. I could also push the other rook to f1. But then he has one move in between. But if I go to f1, he does whatever. But he could go... It's a threat, yeah. I think I can do better things than just take a pawn. If I check, he defends. It would just be trading rooks at this point. So I guess the best thing is to go f. This is your best game today. Your opponent is stronger than what you played so far. If I go check, he has to go up. Okay, it's a bit stupid maybe. I could also I'm stressed. Oh, but then I can't move. Check first. Goes over there. Okay, maybe that didn't help. I don't know. If I bring my other rook, he can just check. I guess I take the risk. Yeah, I'm losing on time. And other ways. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't find the tactic, I guess. But I'm also like, yeah, good game. I'm not used to playing without increments anymore. I think it was pawn push. Okay, yeah, I saw it too late. Yeah, I should have just kept pushing my pawns instead of trying to figure out to do something with the rooks. E4. Threaten the fork. Yeah, I see. Yeah, you have a great find by attacking this. I just took a pawn. Yeah, I don't know. It was a great find, apparently. Yeah, but I was down quite a bit here. I guess even if I pushed the pawns, he could have found a way. So here he wanted me to, yeah, go e4. He has to defend the fork and I can build a pawn structure. But it's still kinda rough. If he plays it well, at least. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he is 745 and he played with 80% accuracy. So I'm happy enough to just lose by time, I guess. Okay, here I made a mistake. You did good. Thanks. Okay, I should have just taken it here and traded my queen that way. Okay, if I trade my queen... Oh. Or 500. Yeah. 498. I guess I put 500 in the title, but so far I'm not at 500. I guess I should have just taken the bishop. Oh, I should have disappeared. Okay. Retweeted. Okay. There's no way in hell I would ever go h2 in this situation. I would never see that. It feels like a computer move. But apparently it would have given me an advantage. You have a party when you reach 500. I think it's a bit too early to have a party. Maybe when I reach 1000 I can have a party. Computers are crazy. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't feel like a human move. I mean, maybe a grandmaster move, but not a... Yeah. Why did he want me to sacrifice my queen here? Confused about that. I take... Oh, he wouldn't take it? I think he would have taken it. Because it ruins your pawns. Hmm. Blunder. Yeah. I didn't see that as a blunder at the time. Because we were just trading queens. But I guess it was a pretty big mistake. Yeah. Anyway. So how far did I get with my London until I lost it? Here. Yeah, okay. He really wants me to go h2. Seems to be a really great spot to go to. My def says I played at 66 and you played at 44. Because it attacks the c7 pawn. Oh, okay. Yeah. But I mean, I could also attack the c7 pawn from somewhere else. Like, I mean, yeah. That would have gotten me up to +2. Can I see this separately here? Duplicate. I wanted to see the. Okay, I don't know what I want to see. Maybe that's on Lichess. Okay. I guess now I can try to win one more, so I can finally get above 500. Four nine eight. Happy as much as I can. Let's see. Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like it depends a lot on which side I get. If I get white, I'm confident that I can win. If I get black, it's just like, I don't know. I guess and he's 640. I could just abort, I guess. Nah, but I have to learn to beat anybody. Should be. Yeah, I first have to like set up. I could castle first. I could go e5. Maybe I castle first. Or I could develop my horse. b6. Yeah. b6. Oh, b6 with the pawn, yeah. I never know the correct order for King's Indian. Like, I know that I'm supposed to castle and go b6 and develop, but I never know in which order. I don't want to castle. Bishop c7? What does that mean? Yeah, castle first. Or I could develop my horse. Maybe I develop the horse. The knight, I mean. Oh, oh yeah. Yeah, I see. Yeah, he has no guard, but now I go. Yeah. So bishop b7 is what you meant. Yeah. Yeah, protect this, and I can castle, and I can go e5 maybe. But now he's threatening this. Maybe I shouldn't castle. Maybe I should not castle. Maybe I should castle. Okay, let's see. I can also. I mean, I could trade all the horses and attack his rook. Yeah, I just castle and then I can think about the next move while he is thinking. I guess I can go h6. So he has to move. Or he takes it. Oh, I feel like I've been in this situation like a million times. At this, well, not a million times, but a few times. I go away. Wait, he can... Yeah, just go move. Yeah, but if I take it with the rook, he just takes my rook. If his... Oh, and then... Okay, it's... I guess it's +1. It's +1, yeah. I kinda hate giving up my rooks, but... It makes sense. Two for one deal. Okay, now we're even. Okay, he added an attacker, makes sense. I wanted to take it, so he takes, so I can take the rook, but now he has another attacker. So instead I could also add an attacker and go d5. I could also go e5 first. Oh, but if I go e5, I'm blocking myself. So I think I go d5. And then he has one less. Let's see, d5. Knight g4. I've tried that before, sometimes. Oh, but his knight is also unprotected. But I kind of want to get the rook. Oh, wait, if I... Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. How do I lose... Stop moving this pawn? If I... But he can just block... Wait, he can block it, but I can take it, and then I can take it, and then I can take it. Oh, interesting, interesting. He checked. Yeah, I mean, obviously I have to move the king. I guess this way. It's a bit more protected, and if he goes down, I can just... That's okay. Takes. I fork. And I take the rook. Okay. Interesting. Castles, okay. Yeah, I keep the bishop. If I move it now. I guess I just go all the way back. Wait, I could even attack his pawn. Yeah, maybe I just go b2 and attack the pawn. Yeah, I do that. And then let's see. Okay. I can take the undefended pawn. Don't let him start counterplay. Yeah, but if I take that pawn, then I can take the other pawn. And then I can go up with my knight. I think it's really useful. Okay. He wants the rook to be open. Yeah, but there's no need. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, now I can use my knight to go up. Yeah, I can. Okay, wait, if I go b4 and I go up, I mean, I could go b4, c2, and then I would have to go over there. Okay, if I go the other way, d4. Oh yeah, okay, I can go d4, e2. Queen of knight. Okay, he goes here, but now I can check. If I check, oh no, he can take it with his queen. Now if I take the pawn, I lose one piece because I'm forking myself. I can take the pawn up here. Yeah, I take this pawn. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what I was going for anyway. But I guess I have to take. Oh, I can fork. Okay, if I don't take, as long as I check, but I can't check here. Yeah, but if I fork and then I take and then he can make a new one. Yeah, I know, but how do I take his... Yeah, I'm definitely gonna fork, but I'm just thinking about the next move. Okay, I take the knight. Oh, okay, yeah, I see it. Okay, I'm stupid. He's gonna take my... He's not gonna take it. He should take it. Okay, that's pretty smart from him, I guess. I think I have to sacrifice the knight. And have to move the king. Move, yeah. Move king, yeah. King d7. I can only go to d7 in the first place. Okay, now I can take it. And he can take it. But at least I kept my horse. Yeah, I want to rook. I can attack his queen and save my knight. I could also take the pawn. I can also take with my rook. Then it's an even trade. Yeah, I guess I'm up, so I should trade, right? So I take the bishop, he takes the knight. And then I take the pawn, so it's actually +1. Okay. now I have to figure out how to win by myself, I guess. um, just don't blunder. Have a good stream, going for some food. Okay, have a nice food, nice dinner, or whatever it is. Thanks for hanging around so long. I think maybe I'm taking a bit too much advice on this one. Kind of feels like I'm cheating. Or I can attack. Oh wait, I have to move first. I guess it's time to walk up anyway. Coaching. Yeah, usually I don't take, I try to not take too much advice during the game. Okay, that didn't really help. Oh, now he can take my bishop. Yeah, but I don't have any choice, do I? Okay. So we're even again. Okay, time to learn the pawn stuff. I think I moved to king actually, right? Oh no, he can take this pawn, he can take this pawn, I can defend this pawn with my knight if I want to. Yeah, he's only threatening this one pawn. So I defend the... Oh no, he just takes my knight, my rook fiddle. I can move it. I guess I move up to a5. Yeah. Yeah, the king is pretty safe. Has like a nice little house. Yeah, I just keep pushing this pawn, protected with the bishop. And the other pawn. Oh wait, I can just go up further. Oh, but it's gonna be difficult to protect after. But still I can push it first and then I can... Yeah, it's not gonna... Okay, you can take this pawn, but I can... Oh, I can't go up to... Because it's check. Oh shit. So you can take the bishop. I have a rook too. That's a good point. But I can do this at least. Protect the pawn with my... Or should I go up? I can go up one more first, because he has to move. Oh shit. Now I can protect it. Oh, but now he's in the way. I take this one. If he moves down, I move down. He can't protect it. Oh, he can. Shit. Okay, I screwed up. He's crying. Yeah, I think I lost it. Yeah, it's over. You had a win there. Was pretty interesting though. Very chaotic, but he played interesting. He had 4 great moves and 5 blunders. Yeah, here I screwed up. Okay, we can play. Yeah, that's fine. How was it? Great move. Very obvious at that point. Yeah, it made like here. Okay, I went the wrong way with my king. What should I have done? Gone down. I sent you. Okay. Alright. Okay, that's unexpected. Okay. I think I have to remember that as a way to confuse London players. Mm. I got just straight bishop for knight, but it's not that great. I can take this with the knight. Mm. Okay, my knight is stuck. Takes, I take. Yeah, so I would just lose. Oh, but I have the other knight, I guess. Yeah, so I take. Mm. Trade queens. If you don't trade queen, I lose the knight. Okay, traded a lot of pieces. -3. Counter attack. Underdeveloped. Yeah, but I don't really see. I could go this way. I could check. If I could check, it's down. Could also go here. 3 pieces. Hey, thanks for following. Bow if you mad. If I guess I check for now. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Check and think. Okay. Oh, okay. Want to blame me after this when I'm around you rating? We can do that. I think it's gonna be almost over anyway. I just kinda blundered it. Pawn at b7 was free. Oh yeah, makes sense. I mean, it's still free, I guess. Yeah, I think I screwed this one up at some point and I forgot what to do. I should have gone b2, not b1, not c1. Should have gone c1 with the other one. Hmm. Okay, this one has gotten out of hand quickly. Okay. Oh shit. Yeah, I see it. Hmm. To take it even. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I think I might as well resign. I don't see any way to improve my situation. Okay. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna resign. We can look at all the many things that went wrong. %68.8%. Okay, it felt a lot worse than that. I think it was worse than that. First. Okay. Should have done. Okay, protected the pawn and oh, I shouldn't have taken it. Should have protected. Okay. Hmm. Okay, interesting. Apparently, like, it liked me checking here, and this is a blunder. I could have, if I went c3 at that point, I would have been better off. Open hash. Okay, it would have been even. I didn't see the pin there. Yeah. I mean, I saw the pin, but I didn't. Apparently, I played it badly. Oh yeah, I didn't see that your bishop can take it. That's when I lost basically because I didn't see that. Yeah. Oh, Bo, if Bo, if you're still there, we can play. Oh. And I accepted your friend request, James. Oh, thanks for the friend request, Efana Gungs. I don't know how to say the name, but is that you? Okay. Okay. Oh, I clicked it. I didn't. Yeah. I think you have to send it again. I refreshed the page exactly at that moment. It just kind of disappears if you do that. Not sure where I can see it. I think you did it correctly. I just couldn't click it because I was refreshing the page and it disappeared. But I can also send you a challenge. Why is it doing that? New game. Play a friend. Okay. Do you want to play weighted or unweighted? Okay. Yeah, I didn't see how strong you are, but let's just play weighted, I think. If the difference is big, it doesn't matter anyway because it doesn't change rating. And if we're close, then I guess it's fair to play weighted. Okay. Maybe I'm a bit too one trick pony with my yeah. Case in point. Point in case. Okay, so my accelerated London is actually stopped for once. At least I lose a move. Yeah, I don't want to sacrifice them. Okay. I guess I just continue developing. As if nothing happened. Check. Build my house. Continue developing. We stop the pin. I could pin. Then I guess we're getting just the same situation. Yeah, I just go here. Castle. Okay. Now I guess it's time to think about more things than just doing London. I guess I can reinforce first with E1. not sure if it's... I don't want to destroy the pawn structure, but I also don't want to free the h rank, the h5. But I guess that's what I have to do. It's gonna be interesting. It's undetected if I do that. Oh, I could take with the... There was a mouse slip? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I guess. I mean, we could draw and restart if you want to. Oh, but I guess a draw would still lose some of your ranking. Yeah, it's probably better for you just to keep playing, because you're probably gonna win anyway. Hey, thanks for following NIK Saccharine, NIKS Saccharine. Guess I'm too quiet. My streamer. I feel like every time I use my queen, I'm gonna screw something up. I'm almost afraid of using it at all at this point. Oh wait, if I take with the bishop, he can't take the queen because it's check. But then he takes with his horse. But then I can take the rook. What? Wait, if I take, he takes with the horse or he moves away. If he moves away, I can still take the rook. I think that should work out. Yeah, it's check, so he can't take the queen. Alright, he takes that. Oh, but then he can... Okay. And he's actually protecting the rook and the bishop at the same time, so I can't take either of them. That sucks. You can take that, okay. Ah, I started well, but I'm losing it now. Let's see. Takes the queen up there. Still protected. Guess I can connect the rooks. Green's traded. Exciting match. Game. Was that a blunder? But that was nice. Interesting match. Well, apparently I played 87.9. I kind of feel sorry that I'm apparently suddenly using my brain when I'm playing with a viewer after failing to do so before. Okay, I screwed up my opening apparently. Should have just taken it. Okay, that was your mistake apparently. Like, oh, was that a mouse slip? Yeah. Yeah, I kinda also, I have the bad habit to, when I'm thinking about what I do, I take the pieces and move them around. I think it's best to not touch the pieces until you know what you're gonna do. Okay, then I had mate in 6 apparently, but I didn't see it. Okay, that was correct, mate in 5. Then I made a mistake. I should have given up. Really? How's that? It takes. Check. Takes. Check. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, but that's pretty complicated mate. I wouldn't have found that. Then I made another mistake. Yeah, I realized that was a mistake. At least. Then it was okay. And that was a mistake. Oh, then I made a huge mistake apparently. By trading queens unnecessarily. Okay. Okay, so I actually blundered. It just says mistake here, but it's a pretty big blunder to go from plus 73 to plus 7. Should have just... Okay. If I went with the horse... Wait, show me. Shoreline. Oh, okay. Yeah, then there was no way to defend the queen, so I could have gotten the queen for free. Or like just for the knight, not for my own queen. And then it would have been really easy to mate. Just... That would be kinda awkward though. Maybe not quite that easy. But yeah, it was a nice match. I hope you had fun despite your mouse slip. Or are you bowing now? Bow if you're mad. Okay, and it seems I finally actually reached 500. 506. Yay. And 6,571,452nd best chess player on chess.com. I'm back. Welcome back. I just reached 500. Thanks. But I got a bit lucky. I just played this match against the viewer. And he had a mouse slip at one point. But I played 88% almost. So I guess maybe I could have won either way. Yeah, have you watched any London System videos? Well, I watched like the like Hikaru and Gotham Chess, like they do this opening tier list, and they made one for beginners, one for intermediate, one for grandmaster level, and I watched London System section of all 3 of them. Oh, and then I also watched like the Gotham Chess, like 10 minutes London System introduction. I watched that as well. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty good combination, I guess. The genius of Hikaru and then Gotham Chess to translate whatever Hikaru is saying. Because when I just watch Hikaru alone, I usually don't really understand what he's doing. Obviously. Yeah, I think so. He breaks it down pretty well. Yeah, here I was up. Yeah, here I was up by +1 at that point, and then he had a mouse slip and accidentally went e4. And that gave me a pretty good advantage, I guess. And I guess in his after mouse slip panic, he went f5. But I also made a big mistake in the end. I was up by 70. No, oh, actually, I had made 5 here, I didn't see that. But at some point, I was up by like 70 something. Here. 73. But I made a mistake. And I traded queens unnecessarily. Yeah, but either way, I'm happy. I'm finally above 500. That's my page here. Okay, so what day is today? November 21st? For me at least. I can make a screenshot or something. Then I can see how long it takes me to get to 600. Oh. The only problem is now I kinda don't wanna play any weighted matches today because I don't want to fall below 500. At least for tonight, I want to stay at that level. Maybe so I can just play casual, yeah. That's what I do. I can either do puzzles or I could play the bot. Or I could play some like chess variants. I never tried 960 chess. I can try that. Oh, but there are only 2 people playing it right now. What's the difference here? Oh, 4. Captures lead to explosion. Give away all your pieces or get stalemate to win. Army of pawns awaits your command. It's kinda funny. Captures lead to an explosion. But there are 12 people in there, so there are 12 people playing. I can also play the bot maybe. Let's see. Oh, I beat Sven. Oh, now I'm at 1200 bot. I'm really confused why these bot ratings are so wrong, I guess. Like I can beat 1100 bots before I even got to 500. Computers are easier than live people. Yeah. I mean, they could just like, I don't know, not call them 1200. Right, this drills. Okay. End games, solo chess. Oh, on 25, yeah. At some point, I guess so. Oh, I can play some of the streamers. I forgot about that. I beat Harry Mag, Tectown, Code Miko, Nico. That's it. Who's the next? Cutie Cinderella? Play Hikaru. Okay, I play Hikaru. Gonna lose. Wow. Hikaru bot. Oh cool, you can play Morphe, So, Giri, Ronian, Grandic, Vichy, and Nowotsky. Do people really call him Danya? I always just call him Nowotsky. Gotham is there too? Yeah, too, he should be here, right? Danny, Agathe Mater, Robert, Morris, Kevin. I don't see him. I thought I saw him before, but I don't see him anymore. Maybe they have to change something about him. Engine. Oh, I can just set a level, okay. And streamers? Oh, I see him. Okay, okay. Right in the middle. Nemo, Gremlin, the other Anna. Okay, I can play Hikaru or I can play Cutie Cinderella, I guess. Okay, let's see how quickly Hikaru bot beats me. No help of any kind, but I want to play white, at least. It's kind of interesting. Okay. He lets me play. Okay, that's already interesting. Oh, now he's doing what? What you did, right? So it told me before. Okay, and I think I should at this point just go rook d2 first. It's a queen trap. No? Okay. You let them take? You let them take the knight? Knight c3. Oh, knight c3, not the d2. Okay. Okay, he takes. Knight. A4. Seiko, so it won't work. Yeah. Let's see what he does. Okay, he goes A3. I mean, at least the queen isn't threatening anything. C3. B5. Oh, C3 with the knight? Oh. I went too quickly. Can I take it back? No, I don't think I put go back in there. I could go C5. This is all theory, he says. Oh. I'm not sure I agree. We lose an idle rook, yeah. Maybe let's just see the analyze and then I try again. I don't know. See. Hmm. Oh, no. Okay, I'm gonna resign, I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna set it so I can take back moves. So it's easier to... because I only see the chat messages like 10 seconds later. Okay, I was already down -3. Let's play again. Oh, it's interesting. If I click on the Hikaru board, it brings me to the actual Hikaru. So I almost challenged Hikaru. I thought I can just do a rematch. I think it's a bit early for me to send challenges to Hikaru Nakamura. Okay, rematch. No, I want to change the settings though. So computer. Oh, new match. Okay, start. New game. Start a new game. Yes. New game. Okay. Hikaru. Choose. Costume. Yeah, I want to have take backs. Okay, take backs. Yeah, okay. Analyzes, evaluation. Oh, no analysis. Evaluation bars, okay. And I want to play white again. Okay, let's see. Okay. D4. Okay, he's going for something else. He's Indian maybe? The one. Oh yeah, he is. Sort of, kinda. Okay, it's all even so far. Okay, I guess now is the first time I have to react. I guess I would just keep building here. Okay. Ooh. Okay, I blundered already apparently against Hiko. That's interesting. Could take it. If I take it. Okay, I'm already down a lot. I can take back moves, so let's go back here. Okay. So instead of going c3, I could go d2, or I could castle. Let's try it out. d2. Nope, nope. Okay, I need to stop him from taking. Makes sense. Before I just went g3, so I guess maybe just that's what I do. Okay, he's fine with g3. Okay. And now I can keep building. Oh wow. That makes a big difference again. So if I go... Oh yeah, I have to prevent him from going e4, so I go d2. Yeah, that's better. Then I can keep building. Yeah, okay. A castle. And it's dropping. It's pretty interesting. Oh, because now he has another attacker there, and I can't add one. If I just castle, I need to add an attacker as well. So we're kind of in the same situation as I was before in that game. So I need another attacker for e4 or e5. I could also take, but he's up now. If I take his pawn, he takes my pawn with his pawn. I can take with the knight, he takes with the knight, I take with the bishop, he takes with the rook. Yeah. Maybe Hikaru bot is a bit too strong for me. Let's try to beat Cutie Cinderella maybe. Okay. Computer. Oh, I have to abort this one if I want to play here. Okay, then I resign. New game. Wanna go for a round? Oh, we can also play. Yeah. But maybe unrated. Or I guess it doesn't matter. Like, if the difference is big, it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to stay above 500 for today. Oh, Ferocia broke 2800. Yeah, if you want to play, you can just challenge. It's probably going to be the last game for today. Head or tails? You get to choose. Okay. Tails. Do you flip or should I flip? Wait. I won? Okay, then probably white. Oh yeah, I see it. There's two. Developing. Oh, okay. Okay, I take, he takes, I take, he takes. Wait, couldn't I? Oh no, the queen is dead. Guess I might as well keep going with the queen. At least it's interesting. Um, I guess safety first. Okay. I'm gonna go to bed now. Good luck. Thank you. And have a good night. Oh, yeah, makes sense. Random check. I guess you can kind of choose which pawn you want. Does anyone watch Formula One by any chance? misclicked? Oh, okay. I don't think it will matter at this point. Oh, yeah. Hey dude, I'm back. I'm back. I'm getting wiped right now by MDK Blaze in the chat. I guess it's pretty much over, right? Oh, wait, I can... See you're facing 1100? Yeah. But I finally made 500 before. $506. Oh yeah, yeah, it says down there, yeah. That was kinda my goal to reach 500 this week. So I'm quite happy it worked out. Now I just have to see how long it takes me to get to 600. Okay, I don't really know what to do at this point. I guess I just take first, even though it's the queen. Okay, what can I do with my 2 pieces I have left? The longest it took me to reach another 100 elo threshold was to get from 500 to 600. Oh, really? Oh. How long did it take you? Uh, oh. About a month? Oh, wow. Mania. Yeah, I mean, I saw that loss coming like a long time ago. But like even it's kind of interesting. Like even when I lose, it's just kind of interesting to see how the opponent is gonna pick my position apart to win. I think I can learn from that. Yeah, 71%, I guess. It felt worse than that, but I can live it. Either way is fine. Chess mate. We can also decide to revolutionize chess thousands of years after. Not thousand years, but like, yeah. Just say chess mate from now on. Oh, it's a blunder because I gave up and then. I mean, you. Oh, you did take it. Oh, yeah, this time. Yeah, I have to stop missing that one. Like when my bishop here gets attacked, I have to go back to g3. I've played the same situation like 4 times today. And sometimes I miss it. It's kind of sacrifice the bishop. You did some horrible blunders, but you're trying to improve your opening, so that's 20 plus for me. Thanks. Knight takes the rook was the final nail in the coffin, yeah. The opening is the most important part in the game. Yeah, it's kind of like at this point, like now that I've decided that I'm gonna play London system and that I'm happy with playing London system, I just want to try to go to as many variations of the London system as possible. So any situation I know what to expect. Yeah, I'm facing at 1100 here. Almost 1200. Yeah. I wonder how long it will take me. Because I kind of took a long time to go to 500. Like almost 4 weeks. So I guess I started at absolute zero, but still. I have improved a lot. I used engines against players for educational purposes. Not fair. But I have learned a lot from it. Also, I watch chess on YouTube and tricks and openings. Yeah. Yeah, I also like go to engine moves sometimes. Like I will put it into light chess after and see what light chess wants me to do, or would have wanted me to do. YouTube channels like Gotham Chess. Yeah, I also watch Gotham Chess and Hikaru sometimes, and like some others. The only problem is that kind of like I mean my chess time is kind of on Twitch, and I can't show all the YouTube videos, and it's also kind of boring on stream to just watch me sit here and watch YouTube videos. So I can't really rely on YouTube videos all that much. Someone called Chess Talk uploads crazy, good and smart tricks. Okay, Chess Talk. I'll copy that one as well. Yeah. You need to use a variety of openings so you can beat any openings. Yeah. I guess my only problem, or my biggest problem I have right now with London is that all the other openings I know start with king pawn. So if I start with queen's pawn for London, like I have to play London because I don't know any other queen's pawn openings. Like king's pawn, I know like Evans Gambit or Fried Liver or stuff like that. But now I don't play king's pawn anymore, so it's kind of pointless. Do you know Vienna? No, I don't. I don't think so. Vienna. Maybe I should learn Vienna, considering I live in Austria. Vienna starts e2, e4, e7, e5. Oh, so e4, e5, c3. e4, c3. So king's pawn. He same king's pawn. No, yeah. Then knight c. Oh, the other knight. Okay, that's e3. Then he does something. I guess the engine wants him to go down. Then I go bishop c4. Yeah, I mean it's kind of the same as the other one. What's it? Italian, I guess. Just that I used the other. I used the left side knight instead of the right side knight. Like before, I used to play this all the time. Italian game, yeah. And then if he went bishop, I would go for fried liver. And if he went knight, I'd go for... No, the other way around. If he went bishop, I go for Evans Gambit. If he goes knight, I go for fried liver. If knight f3, you can play the Vienna Gambit, which is f4. f4. If black plays knight f7. Oh, if black plays knight f7. So if I go Vienna, Vienna, knight f7. I guess I go bishop c4. Vienna game Stanley. Fork beer defense. Oh, it's kind of difficult to read with this background. Then f4. He has to do something. Okay, let's say he goes here. f4. Then I guess because it's a gambit, he takes it. Oh yeah, and then it's pretty good for white. White is going up immediately. Then I go here. Takes. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, but I kind of like, I don't know, I kind of like going queen pawn now that I've done a couple of times. I feel like there aren't that many ways. Like, the only two problems I get with London so far is if he attacks my bishop in the beginning, or if he goes down with the queen. That's the two I still have to, like, figure out the best reply. Like, if he attacks the bishop, I mean, okay, here I could just take it. Wait. Here. Also just take it. Okay, here I should just take it. But like in some situations that happens and I have to go back. And then the other one was like what James, who played against before, played, where he went, yeah, I don't know, something here, queen. And then I just kept building, I guess, and he went down. Yeah, I guess that's the biggest danger for me so far, when that happens with the queen. Though apparently it's not even that bad, it's still even, according to Stockfish. But it's easy to make a mistake in that situation. Yeah, oh well. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a day. Maybe drink, oh, I don't have beer. Maybe I can drink a glass of, I don't know, whiskey to celebrate 500. I have one more games than I lost. So I guess I'm gonna make the playoffs. Are you ending stream? Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, usually I stream until 10 p.m. here. Now it's 10:30. Yeah, but it was nice. Thanks for coming in again and playing again. This guy played really well too. I think he played better than 650. Ukrainian guy. Yeah, thanks for the game. And thank you everybody for coming in. Yeah, I hope next week I'm probably gonna make affiliate, maybe. And I'm also gonna buy a microphone. So the stream quality should improve a bit. It's fun, yeah. It's always fun playing viewers, I think. Also because I can play people at very different levels. I'm not stuck just playing my own level all the time. I think probably you can learn more from losing than from winning in a way. So yeah, okay. Then have a good night, everyone, and see you around. Goodbye. Good night.